poppin'? It's your boy Kurt the Jerk saying what up? I hope everybody doing great today. I was just looking around, checking the Democrat Party stuff, looking at what Trump was talking about, and damn man, it looked like Trump don't got no policies, or he not mentioning his policies. All he doing is saying if Kamala get elected, it's gonna be a lot of pandering, it's gonna be a lot of this, a lot of that. I'll get sick and tired of both sides talking about, it's a threat to this, it's a threat to democracy. Let's talk about policies. Now, Kamala is actually talking about policies now, so now I got interested now. Like, okay, she's talking about policies. Now, Trump is still pandering. Like, he's still ad hominems and saying all kinds of stuff, and he's not really putting no substance out there. Do Trump ever talk about substance and stuff? Or he doesn't really? I don't even think he understands half the stuff he say. I could be wrong. What's popping out there? Let me see.
Think of us as just like an alternative new form of media, right? Like just like
I know what you guys are. No, I get it. But I know that this is a new experience for a lot of you guys that are here that have these credentials, and you have a huge responsibility whether you know it or not. Because if people are only getting their news from TikTok, then what you give them, it not only has to be right, it has to be sort of vetted in a way. Because if not, it's propaganda.
But
maybe you're okay with that. But
it has to be vetted. It has to be propaganda.
It's a huge responsibility.
But I think that that's also where there can be a symbiotic relationship, whether with the campaign or staffers here, right? Like we had the chance to interview the DNC chair, and I think to be able to kind of have the freedom to say, hey, you can ask him whatever you want to ask him. And for me, I went up and I said, what is the DNC and what are we doing here, right? Because I think that for a lot of my viewers, they've never heard of this before.
Oh yeah,
right?
I agree.
And so I think that's where it's not to us, it's like coming in and education and just sharing our experiences. Yeah. So it's a beautiful beautiful opportunity.
I want to thank you both so much. Thank you for coming out here. I do want to tell you the Top Story staff, the producers behind the scenes, we're so excited for this segment because I think it's so important. I think it's important as well. And I think it's going to open up a whole new way to watch these conventions and experience them. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for having us.
All right, well, thank you. I want to go down to the convention floor. We're about to do the roll call, and I want to bring in Kelly O'Donnell, one of our great correspondents who's down there on the floor covering this. Kelly, can you walk our viewers, give us the Cook's tour, if you can, of what's going to happen with this roll call? Because I know the Democrats are very excited about the way they're going to do this year.
Well, having just listened to your conversation, Tom, I think the roll call is intended to be brat this year. I'm a Gen Xer, so I probably have no authority to say that, but I think that's something they're attempting. And by that, what I mean is, in 2020, because of the COVID issue, they had to get creative about a roll call, and they used visual elements and went across the country to make it a television program and an experience that was different than decades of tradition here on a convention floor. This will be a combination of both the traditional way of doing it and some of those modern elements. It is ceremonial because in advance of the convention, the delegates voted for Kamala Harris to be their nominee in order to meet some of the ballot requirements around the country, specifically the state of Ohio, to make sure that their candidates would be printed on the ballot. But you'll see some of the traditional notes, and by that I mean it will start with Delaware. They go alphabetically, so Alabama hands off to Delaware, of course, President Biden's home state, and then the bookends will include California, Kamala Harris's home state, and also Governor Walz with Minnesota. So we'll have those key points as being celebrated in special ways. You'll also see some of the prominent people in the party whose states are in battlegrounds. So think of all the big governors who had been talked about as potential running mate candidates and are certainly prominent voices in the party. They'll be participating, and there will be different storytellers who will reflect different parts of what Democrats hope to see in this campaign and the issues and the concerns that they want to reflect. So they're looking to reach out broadly, they're looking to bring in different generations, and they're looking to make what has been a core part of traditional convention politics into this modern moment. We're all, of course, here. COVID is behind us, and so it's a mix of what they innovated in 2020 and putting a 2024 spin on it. Tom?
Before you go, usually when these things happen, they can be kind of fast or a whip around. They go all through the states. We saw it at the RNC. Do we have any idea how much longer this sort of interactive celebration of the roll call will be?
Well, as far as we know, it's going to dominate a big part of this evening, and they're just about to get going with it, and it will include that kind of stepping out and being here. So things happening in the room. You're hearing the cheers now with the words, "Are you ready?" So the roll call is about to begin, Tom, as we'll see this sort of innovation and not tradition to bring together delegates from all the states and the key battlegrounds getting those highlights for sure. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, we thank you for that. Let's listen to DJ Cassidy. He may have gotten you through the pandemic. He's going to get us through this roll call. Let's start with him right now.
But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Alabama, how do you cast your vote? Alabama passes. Delaware, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Delaware, home of our beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.,
it is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris!
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama. How do you cast your vote?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. She will fight for freedom and opportunity.
John Lewis voting rights. If y'all want to know what Kamala Harris did, that's what she did. She did a few things. But remember, Democrat vice presidents don't really do much. But she did some things. She helped get some bills, some legislation passed. Let's not get it twisted here. It's just that I think with the Dems, and they start to come out and talk about their accomplishments, I think they don't do a good enough job talking about the accomplishments. That's why a lot of people are like, oh, what did the Democrats did? They don't do a good job at talking about the accomplishments. I would be critical in that aspect. But it was a lot of many things that have been done great, you know. Yo, share this live, man. You know, you on it. You support me. If you don't support me, if you support the Dems, or if you support the convention, or whatever reason why you support it, or you watching me, please share it with other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nobody on here. I'm trying to become somebody on the internet. You don't have to. If anybody disagree with my position on things, it's fine. I'm a nobody. I'm just here trying to become somebody. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But about to be popping right now. You know what I'm saying? And Dems is trying to do their thing. I just look at it like this. If we're going to be critical about Republicans and Democrats, can anybody tell me what Donald Trump is talking about? Because I don't. I was trying to wait to hear about or see or read about policies besides Project 2025. All right, you said Project 2025 is not yours. It's not your doing. All right, fine, cool. I'll take that as an answer. But when did you start, Mr. Trump haven't talked about policies? I didn't hear anything.
My name is DJ Cassidy.
I didn't hear about any policies, so it's a little confusing.
Around the nation.
It's my song right here.
Arizona, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas tardes from the Grand Canyon state of Arizona.
Yep.
The future of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Bringing the heat
Let's get it.
2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot.
You want to join? If you want to join and talk about this with me, let me know.
Votes for Kamala Harris.
Arkansas, okay. Kansas. Kansas.
How do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Arkansas, home of American legends Johnny Cash and Sister Rosetta Tharpe, home of the trailblazing civil rights leaders Daisy Bates and the Little Rock Nine, and home of the birthplace of President William Jefferson Clinton.
Yep.
Who inspired all of us in a place called Hope. Arkansas casts our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
California. Home of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
California, how do you cast your vote?
Yo, that's funny how they play. La da 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 da. This shit is lit.
Mr. Secretary,
This shit is lit, man. This is lit. That's what I'm talking about.
passes at this time.
California passes. Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it go!
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Constitution state.
Connecticut's the Constitution state, home of the submarine.
I said it,
home of
Constitution
the
state.
Jet Engine, home of the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, home of Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Let's get it, baby. Let's get it.
73 votes.
See, this is more entertaining. When you look at the Republican convention, hella dry. Dry as HE double hockey sticks. Mad dry.
And we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's go!
Yo, you know,
Democrats
people be trying to justify why they Republican, especially as a black person, and I'll be laughing like, oh, because the Democrats was the one that back in the days of the X, Y, Z. I said, yeah, but the whole party flipped. Anybody understand the whole political process back in those days? It wasn't Republicans was the ones doing something for the people, and the Democrats was the opposite. Now the whole party flipped. A lot of people that was on the Dems, the Democrats, they jumped over to the Republican side. You know what I'm saying? So don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Give me a better excuse than that, you know, for somebody that's politically uneducated. Oh, shoot. This is the only time you can listen to their music. Let me clear my throat. That song without getting flagged.
January 2025, we will host the inauguration of President Kamala Harris.
Woo! I wish I could go there and turn it up and shit, but I gotta work tomorrow. I got a 9-to-5 job because I'm a nobody on the stream.
Is proud to cast its 51 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Woo! Good old Florida.
Florida, how do you cast your vote?
Florida is worth fighting for. That's why we're fighting back against Project 2025 and Republican extremism. We won't go back. We won't back down. I cast 4 votes present and 243 votes in the great state of Florida for the first president, first female president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Let's go, Florida. Georgia, oh shit. Come on, Georgia. I like it.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Oh shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight.
Damn, I wish I was there. This shit like a concert. These Democrats is popping. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I go on a Republican committee wasn't popping like this. This is lit. Turn out for what? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. This shit is lit. Look at that, yo. Trump wish. Trump wish this shit was popping like this. He wish. That's what I'm talking about. People talk about, oh, you don't need to have celebrities there. Let me tell you something. Yeah, we need to talk about policy and all that shit, you know what I mean? Because it's important for the country. But we want some entertainment, baby. We all came out here, like what, 30,000, 40,000 people there right now. We want entertainment, and they're giving entertainment. Know what I'm saying? We go, know what I'm saying? Look at that. Come on, man. Can you deny that? You hear it? That's what I'm talking about.
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Akiva Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia.
No.
The home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedom.
Yeah, Republicans been putting out policy all over the place to make it harder for people to vote, and they should target the urban neighborhoods, where people that look like me and you in those neighborhoods. It's crazy. Lil Jon, man, that's crazy that he made an appearance. I ain't see him in a minute.
Guam, how do you cast your vote?
I am Governor Lou Young Guerrero, the
Guam.
first female governor of our beautiful island of Guam.
Yo, Guam is part of America? Shit, I need to Google that. Oh, yummy. Is that American territory? Guam? Is Guam part of American territory? Oh shit! Yo, all this time I thought Guam was just a country and that's it. It's part. It's Guam is U.S. territory. It's an island territory in Micronesia. I don't know, man. My spelling is. I'm reading. I don't know. I need my glasses to read it. They're lit though. Let's go. Let's pop it.
Aloha, Hawaii. How do you
Aloha.
vote? America, thank you all for loving Hawaii. The spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass
Derek is watching.
100% renewable energy.
Mr. Derek White.
Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama.
Woo! Barack Obama for Hawaii
State shares the
or
values of
Indonesia?
Kamala
No, I'm just
Harris,
playing.
and we cast 6 votes president and 23 votes for Kamala Harris. First woman president. Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
What state your wife is from? Idaho. She's a hoe.
Our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. Going back. Idaho cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
today's
shit,
celebration.
That's from the video game 2K.
Celebration
2K
of
music.
freedom. A celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
Woo, Chicago. Hallelujah. Amen. Hallelujah. Woo.
Our convention Hope, Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Secretary, Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner in the fight, my governor, J.B. Pritzker!
The great state of Illinois,
Woohoo!
the prairie state, home of 4 presidents, including President Barack Obama. The birthplace of skyscrapers and the adopted home of Superman.
Let's get it, baby.
The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment ending slavery. And the 19th Amendment granting women the right to vote. Illinois cast
Yeah, I'm on the side that believe in rights for people.
176 votes for the next president of the United States, future Madam President Kamala Harris.
I think I want to eat my chicken wrap now. I mean, oh shit, I just dropped my damn leg.
Indiana, how do you
That's
cast your
better.
vote?
I'm over here just dropping shit.
Indiana.
Jamal Lee! Jamal! Jamal Lee! Jamal!
Indiana welcomed me into its heart as soon as I married Christine Harrell from Rolling Prairie. And that's before I lived in Hawkins or played the littlest player with the biggest heart at the University of Notre Dame, Rudy. I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States of America.
Let's get it, baby. Woohoo!
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the largest single sporting day event in the world, the Indy 500, home of Michael Jackson, home of Babyface, home of David Letterman. Indiana delivers its 86 delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Tom Yamas joining you live from Chicago here at the DNC as our coverage continues. Hallie Jackson, my friend. This is a roll call, Hallie, like we have never seen before.
They are lit up here in the arena, literally and figuratively. The room is electric here as you're seeing this roll call vote unfold. We had heard there may be some surprises. We sure have seen them. Lil Jon, of course, notable as Georgia went through its roll call. You just saw Rudy, or Samwise Gamgee, you may know him. Sean Astin, of course, the celebrity, as Indiana went through its. We're going to keep listening in here as night 2 of the Democratic Convention is in full swing. We're in our live coverage here on NBC News Now. Let's keep listening.
Feeds and fuels the world. Casts one vote absent and 45 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Kansas, how do you cast your vote?
I can't hear. Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women who govern from the middle. As the first ever black chair in Kansas, I am proud to cast our 39 votes for the first black woman president, Kamala Harris.
Commonwealth of Kentucky. How do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we opened the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your vote?
Greetings from Louisiana, Mr. Secretary. My name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its votes in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing could be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its 1 vote present, and our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair, great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation. Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And This community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Healthcare for all, and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan. How do you cast your vote?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels and we built the middle class.
We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, we're marching together. Michigan cast free president with
125 votes for
our next president, Kamala Harris.
Minnesota. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
And tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Missouri. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Nicholas Coon. Voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris is an enlightening vote of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House.
Nebraska, how do you cast your vote?
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, Standing Bear, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, where we will protect the blue dye.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly cast our 34 votes for Kamala Harris and Coach Tim Walz.
Nevada, how do you cast your vote?
As a survivor of the largest mass shooting in modern American history, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because America is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives. No more silent streams. No more shattered families. As Vice President, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle. Now our chair, Danielle Monroe-Moreno. Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto. And we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first black woman chair, I proudly deliver the Silver State's 48 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
New Hampshire, how do you cast your vote?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state, home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is
Today we come together as one nation, under one groove. Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey, how do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
New Mexico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we live our family values, respect women, love our land, our water, our blue skies, our green chili, and our sunsets. We are proud to cast 45 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
New York, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido. I'm from the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
Oh shit, y'all wasn't hearing anything I said. God damn it. Thank God I was saying some wild stuff.
That ever existed.
New York.
Hey, we're New Yorkers. Get used to it. From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement, to Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement, to Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement, and the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are
Shirley Chisholm.
We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro.
Let's get it.
And we are the home of Hillary Clinton.
Woohoo!
And that's why, as the
the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
North Carolina!
How do you cast your vote?
NC, baby.
I have the honor of serving as the youngest
Woo,
state
woo, woo,
party chair
woo, woo.
in this country.
NC, baby.
North Carolina is the
That's my new
home
hometown
of
when I get a chance to live out there, goddammit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be in NC, baby.
Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone, we represent a new South. And we are proud to be that again this year by electing Josh Stein, Allison Riggs, Wesley Harris, Anita Earls, and everyone else that's on our ballot this year. We are going to make sure that we put Democrats on the ballot and in people's hearts and minds. North Carolina gives 131 votes to the phenomenal Kamala Harris.
Awesome, man. That's what I'm talking about. Woo, woo, woo. North Dakota?
North Dakota.
Okay, North Dakota.
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud
That's how the
to
song
cast
go?
our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Yes, let's get it. Let's get it.
So now, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen,
shit.
my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the
Tell
DNC
young
Report.
folks know
And
about
tonight,
this.
Your voice is the future.
What you know about that?
Northern Mariana Islands. How do you cast your vote?
Y'all forget all these commonwealths of America is part of America.
Hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The
Yo, I
earth is
feel
not
dumb,
red or
but
blue.
I didn't even know this
The
exists.
earth is sick, and we must protect it.
What's this?
Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris!
Northern Marina Island delegates. Okay. All right. Okay. Ohio.
Ohio. How do you cast your vote?
Ohio. Give me the green light.
Ohioans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate.
Sharon Brown, you got it.
First woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr.
Amen.
Secretary, we cast one vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Woo! Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Don't hate. Don't hate because the Dems is popping and the Republicans ain't. I got some nerve. I wasn't always a Democrat, but I am one now. For the moment, until they piss me off. No, I'm playing.
Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and
our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36
Oklahoma.
votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Okay, Oklahoma. Oregon, okay. This is Oregon songs, okay. Okay.
How do you
can rock with it.
your vote?
You got it, you got it.
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And hailing from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
Okay. Gosh. Yeah, that's Oregon. You said, do people live there? Probably like 5 people. They got like 1 delegate. No, I'm joking. No. Chill. Be nice. I don't think they can hear you, but I can hear you. I'm responding to what you're saying. That's my wife in the background. You can't hear her, but I can hear her. You know the microphone's cancellation. It only focus on my... Oh. Okay. What's there? Pennsylvania, yeah. What up, son? I'm from Pennsylvania, son. Nah, I ain't from PA. Let's go.
My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Alapapa, Beaver County. My city is the city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers.
2 brothers right there.
In 2009, when my sister was murdered, I wanted to do better. 15 years, she's been gone.
Let's get it.
Years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Yeah, chill, son.
I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania.
So what if it's brotherly love?
I love this state. Thank you. I'm Governor
Yo. Tell everybody, it says I'm mad that they let Little John rock out for Georgia. Play pity. Okay, good. I'm saying the same thing too.
Together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
They could have played Fat Joe for New York, though. They did play that song. Yeah, you missed it. Oh, it's delayed? They put the volume up.
Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rico. This is my song right here, though. Yeah, for Puerto Rico, they gonna play Sean Paul, really? Yo, don't listen to my wife. If you can hear her, don't listen to her. She said play Sean Paul. Puerto Rico. This is my song. Gasoline is a trash song. That song doesn't even make sense in Spanish, but I don't know English. You know what? Sexy Red. Yo, they play Sexy Red in any state. That state going to shit. Rhode Island. Ladies and gentlemen, I ain't let y'all know, but it's D's Nuts Podcast. No, I'm joking.
Rhode Island. How do you cast your vote? I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm an historic act on climate, we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast one vote present and 34 ballots for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Well, somebody just messed it up and said the next president of the United States, which is still the current, Joe Biden. You're like, what the hell? Oh shit, South Carolina. I don't know about South Carolina. Everybody got boosted. Anybody black, you got boosted in South Carolina. Somebody really beat out there. South Carolina. Nah, South Carolina. I got my Eastman. We got a town called Eastman in South Carolina. East of South Carolina and Hemingway. You know what I'm saying? Yo, shut up. You got a whole street. I got a whole city named Eastman. Ooh.
Margie Bryant Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy profiles and encourage award winner. We stop the total abortion ban in South Carolina.
Yo, fool.
Like us, Kamala has proven that she has the courage to fight.
Yo, once you put a comment on it, I can show it on the screen if you
South
comment on it.
Carolina is not going back.
On my Facebook or YouTube, you comment on it, I could post it like this one right here. See?
On reproductive rights. We're going forward on voting rights. We're going forward against.
I mean, ain't no more. When I was looking at this comment, my friend Dolly, it ain't no more New York than Jay-Z and Alicia Keys, New York.
We are proud to cast our 65
Yeah, that's my friend. Yo, ain't nothing better than them two. You can just comment on the screen. If you comment, I can click on it and it shows up. Yeah, I like it. I'll click on it. Yeah, South Dakota, baby. Come on. I swear to God, there better not be one black person there.
Language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart.
What the hell?
It's the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you,
I don't want to
Kamala
sound.
Harris presidency will mean
Is
for
he
me,
Puerto Rican
my
or
friends, and my community.
he's
More importantly, more opportunities, more good-paying jobs, better access to health care, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve.
Amen.
And it
God
is the
bless you,
future
brother.
we will win on November
B.O.B.,
5th when we
brother.
elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers and celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota is honored to cast all 20 of our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will soon be known as Madam President.
I know I ain't shit, woman. I know I ain't shit, man.
You ain't got shit? Oh shit. Why you telling everybody I'm poor? Oh shit.
Tennessee, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the
shit.
The home of 7 HBCUs,
Tennessee got?
the state that gave women the right to vote.
The state that gave women the right to vote first.
From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice, rooted in love in Tennessee, is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women
donate
have
$1
the right
to his,
choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down.
You say you look like Ray J? A sophisticated Ray J, right? With glasses on. He's definitely smarter than Ray J. Don't disrespect Ray J.
To all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris.
You said a person look like Ray J?
We cast
Harris.
Oh,
72
shit.
votes for the first woman and next president of the
You know Ray
United
J was
States.
here? Oh,
Kamala
shit.
D.
Randy brother made it. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go Tennessee. They got their own Ray J. Tennessee got their own Ray J.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Oh, that's good.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Oh, shit. Let me do it. That song is hard, though. This one they play. They play that.
How do you
they play that
cast your
before,
vote?
and I was like, okay. They got a little kick to it, man. They got a little kick. I can vibe to anything, man. I can feel the rhythm of any music. Come on, Texas.
Christie, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla. And I'm here to
Okay.
introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas.
What happened?
Passing it on.
Oh, no, they in New Jersey. They got mad states. That's why I like this shit. This shit's so captivating. Why the hell Republicans can't do this?
I'm Kate
It
Cox,
ain't
and I love being a
boring.
mom. I have two beautiful children, and my husband and I
Republicans
have
are
always
straight
wanted a third.
trash.
But when I got pregnant, doctors
Trash.
told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his
Exactly.
abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's
Say it.
nothing
Trump can suck balls
pro-family
from the
about
back.
abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die.
Even better. Trump can suck J.D. Vance balls.
Today, because I found a way to access
Inappropriately.
abortion care, I am pregnant again.
Woohoo!
And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as president of the United
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and of the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes for president and 263 votes for freedom.
Woohoo!
The first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Proud Texan. I want one of those Texas jackets. I want one of those jackets for Texas. You know what I'm saying? Because they be saying all that shit over Texas. They're not gonna play no goddamn John B for no Jersey, woman.
How do you cast your vote?
Oh shit! See, I need glasses. You said I don't need glasses, but look, I thought they said
Beehive State, the host of
Joe.
the
Who the hell's Joe B?
2034 Winter Olympics.
You got Joe B there. Oh,
Youngest
Joe
and
Button.
fastest
See, I'm
growing
see, I'm
state in the
mentally ill.
nation.
See, I'm mentally
And
ill.
the next
I'm taking your
battleground
phones down now.
state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Woo-hoo! Yeah. Woo! 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 Vermont? What's in Vermont? Okay, I can follow this music. My chicken dance.
Vermont. How do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education.
Okay.
We even have a teacher as our congresswoman.
Okay.
And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution.
Yo, babe, you know how to
Someone with
catch myself,
significant
right? You
learning
know what I was about to
disabilities,
say,
I
right?
know the value of investing in every single
No,
child.
still,
We are proud to call Vermont.
Oh, you gotta
home.
be
We
saying
are
nigga
proud
now.
to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not.
I don't
going
identify as
back.
being black, so flag me. I'm joking. I'm black. I'm black and these. Don't flag me. He uses the N-word. Oh shit, Virgin Islands. Which one?
The U.S. Virgin Islands. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we
So
are
they
proud
play
to call
something
the
like
Virgin
they play-
Islands of
I'm
the
in the
United
water.
States our home, a place
Get
of
it?
resistance and freedom, home of Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere.
That's true. The
Firebird
first slave
Queens.
rebellion.
We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From
Yeah, man.
America's Caribbean, the place
Yeah,
where the
yeah.
sun rises first in America. From the place of
First
great
in
liberty
America.
and the vacation home of President Joe Biden. The Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient.
The land where Kentucky Fried Chicken is $50 for 2 pieces.
President of the United States.
The land with 2 pieces of Kentucky Fried Chicken for $50. And they don't serve macaroni, they serve rice. I'm playing, don't listen. Oh shit, Virginia. Bird. I got a house in Bird. You know what they say about Virginia, right? When somebody says they got a house in Virginia, what that mean? I just playing.
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives, with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities
I'm in
in
the
the
nightclub
General
right now.
Assembly.
I'm
We
not here.
also are proud to be
I'm jamming.
represented by 25,000
Oh, you know, fat nigga.
mostly union workers who build freedom.
Oh shit.
Who build freedom by building
Freedom.
aircraft carriers and submarines.
Yes. The freaks come out at night.
Virginia.
What?
For this year, we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for
Woo!
President Kamala Harris.
Oh shit. Oh, that's for Washington? Okay. What do you think about this song for Washington?
Washington. How do you cast your vote?
Red Hot Chili Peppers for Washington? Oh, it makes sense.
From the
It would make sense.
great and verdant origins of eastern
It makes sense.
Washington to the iconic waters of the Salish Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Walls. I, the first
Yo, chill,
woman
nigga.
leading a
Chill.
state party, am honored
Huh?
to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101
They vote.
Kamala Davis.
Let's get it! Woo! Party. Alright, what else? West Virginia, oh my god. What's the youth demographic? You know what you gotta do, Sarah, for me?
How do you cast your vote?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm
Get outta
83
here.
years old.
They got a black person in West Virginia? Oh shit.
I am the
I
oldest
gotta
of
drive more.
delegates
Hey,
from
we gotta
West
drive
Virginia.
around more.
Most 83-year-olds that I know
God bless them,
are
man.
spending time with their
Yes.
grandchildren or traveling.
It's good everywhere.
But I'm here,
Good and bad at
suited up
everything.
and ready to battle.
That's right. Get it!
Because I will not,
G-Unit!
I repeat, I will not let
Pay a lot for my muffler.
everything I fought for be taken away by Donald Trump.
We don't want our shit taken away by Donald Trump.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
I'm suited up and ready for battle.
Let's get it.
I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump.
I want to become a delegate now.
That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24th delegate for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Woohoo! Yeah. Amen. Yes. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is
Oh,
DJ
shit.
Cassidy. Now,
we
are
stayed
you
at this today.
ready?
Jersey. Oh, Wisconsin. Okay. This is my joint when it first came
home
out.
state of
You know about this,
Wisconsin.
young lady.
How do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work. As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers.
Woohoo! Green Bay, baby, they bust ass in the video game.
Wisconsin Badgers.
Yeah.
We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin. And our great congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan.
Okay. Woohoo!
I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin passed one vote present and 94 votes for who are we at? Got me going
What's the
here.
fudge brownie? What?
Former Wisconsinite.
My wife in the background, I know you can't hear her, but she's crazy. She's saying all the
Oh my
crazy
God.
stuff. So distracting me.
I love you, Dirty. 94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason. I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite,
woohoo,
Vice President, and our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Oh shit. This is my shit right here. I gotta stop cursing. This is my stuff right here.
Wyoming. How do you cast
It's
your
my
vote?
song though. Okay,
Mr.
Wyoming.
Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
Let's get it.
You've been watching our live coverage of the roll call at the Democratic National Convention. Tom Yamas, Hallie Jackson here for our coverage. We're headed to Minnesota for a very special reason, Hallie, right now.
That's right. That's because that's the home state, of course, of Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz. Let's listen in.
And Tim Walz is my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. If you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walz means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
You see that up there? That's sad that we even got to put this in 2024. You see all that in the background? Freedom? Because they want to take our rights away? That's crazy.
There you go.
This shouldn't even be a
14
thing in
years in the National
2024.
Football League taught me a lot about leadership.
Oh,
A
shit.
good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walz is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
Let's get it popping, baby. Freedom is on the
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
Woohoo!
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
You know, I didn't even point out that some of the states is a guaranteed win for Kamala Harris because she got all the delegates in some of the states. I mean, a lot of them Democrat
State of
states.
California. How do you cast your vote?
My name is Governor Gavin Newsom.
Come on, Gavin.
From the great state of Nancy Pelosi.
Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi's family.
From a state like our
Nancy
nation,
Pelosi
dreamers,
is
of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators,
A lot of
that
people don't know
prides
that.
itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first.
Come on, California. Yeah, baby.
And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20
Yeah, they really
years
didn't do New Jersey
to
yet. They
see
kind of
that
players,
future
man.
taking shape.
You can't me because I've been living in Jersey for almost 10 years now. Now I'm a Jersey.
Courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America.
They're not like us.
Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America.
Woo-hoo!
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
Half the party, yes. California, oh, half the party in the city.
Thank you to everyone who participated in our celebratory
We're
roll
gonna be at
call.
10 o'clock, guys.
Delegate,
So enjoy me while you can.
You have been
Okay,
watching that
exactly.
delegate roll call. Let's call it what it is, a party here in Chicago, because the floor behind us was electrified. The clapping, the cheering, the ovations as Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are now the presidential and vice presidential nominees. They already were. This is ceremonial, but boy, what a moment here.
It's more than official, Hallie. And when we say, and we give credit to the people who produce this, we're not talking about the politics. We're talking about the show in general. I mean, this has had everything. I mean, incredible directing, incredible music, incredible energy. You're seeing it somewhat of a light show right now. You had DJ Cassidy providing the soundtrack. People were dancing and having a great time. And we're so honored now to have two great Democrats here, two leaders in the party and who've led their states. Former governor of Massachusetts, Deval Patrick, thank you for being here, and former governor of Rhode Island, Gina Raimondo. People may know you also as a commerce secretary, but you're here in a personal capacity.
Thank you.
There are certain rules, so we'll keep it away from there. Governor, I'll start with you. I do want to ask you, were you surprised at how well this is? We're going to actually listen for a second.
I'm a ride through your borders. Call me bulletproof. Forgive me, I've been running blind and true. I'm away. Tell the deep I'm new. Good evening, Milwaukee. And hello to everyone joining us from exciting Chicago.
Woo, Kamala.
At the Democratic National Convention, well, they just
They probably
completed
did
their
Jersey.
roll
I want to know
call.
what song they played. Kamala.
And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. And I
what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Yo, I'm a big fan of Tim Walsh, man. Oh.
Please
Coach
welcome
Walsh.
TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
The ball. Oh, chill, son. You're making it hot.
That, of course, was Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. To explain what you just saw, they were at a rally in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's where they are right now. And this interesting bit of,
How
if
you
not
put on
counter-programming,
the-
at
you
least
see the worst one
complimentary
about
programming to the
How you
DNC
put
here
like
live
to
in
subscribe,
Chicago.
and if
People
you wanna
here
cash at me
inside the
$1 billion,
convention floor, inside the
please do
United
so.
Center,
Thanks.
saw her speaking to that rally.
I ain't gonna do that.
15,000
That's
people,
funny,
the
though.
campaign says, at that arena in Milwaukee. Of course,
stop
the
putting my
place
cash
we
app
just were
down
for the
there, but I
Republican
know-
National
I know
Convention
Mel,
last
man.
month.
I
The
gotta
campaign
get
telling
cash app.
NBC News about 20,000 people are packed into the United Center here in Chicago, Tom.
Yeah, it was an incredible moment there. We were unclear what was going to happen because they had this counter-programming event where they're doing the speech in Milwaukee. We were wondering why. It's just about a 2-hour drive from here. It all makes sense. They tapped into it live. We have two guests here who can talk about.
She is legitimate.
Okay,
Optimistic.
okay. We just want to be very clear with our viewers here. Obviously, it's things are changing. It's a bit chaotic. Kamala Harris is speaking once again, even though there's someone else speaking at the convention, and we have guests here. We're going to listen to the vice president right now.
What the hell going on over there?
And I know we are all deeply grateful for his lifetime of service to our nation.
Freedom, baby. Freedom. Freedom balls. Freedom balls from the underwears. No, I'm just playing.
Thank you, Joe.
They love us so common. They said thank you, Joe.
So
like, thank you,
Wisconsin,
Joe.
we have 77 days until the election.
Okay.
77 days. And look, we know this is going to be a tight race until the very end. We have some hard work ahead of us.
That's what I'm talking
We
about.
have hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work.
Yo!
And with your help this November, we will win. We'll win. We will win.
Catch and
We
release
will
what?
win.
How is that catch and release? What? Ball?
Because
What kind of SHIT is that?
we will, because we're going to put in the hard work over the next 77 days.
Amen, man.
No.
Getting
We
Kamala
haven't already
reelected
won.
means I still have a
77
job.
days of work to
Amen.
do, my
I'm
friends.
meeting with I
So
still keep a
listen,
job.
make no mistake,
I'm not
make
doing
no
this podcast
mistake.
stuff
As
yet.
we all know, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This is not just about us
Oh, you
versus
trying to say
Donald
when Kamala
Trump.
get elected,
This
we gonna
is
get less
about
Karen?
two very different
Oh, yeah.
visions for our
'Cause
nation.
Karens went out of control when Trump got
One,
elected.
ours focused on the future, the other focused on the past. And Wisconsin, we fight for the future. We fight for the future. We believe in the future. A future
Right?
with
At
affordable
Milwaukee, we got
healthcare.
bucks.
A future with affordable
I don't know.
child
The
care.
rapper's name.
A future with affordable housing and paid leave. That's the future
Hey,
we
leave,
believe
yo.
in.
Think about it. You're a mom. You had a baby, and you trying to rush to go back to work. to not get
We
evicted from your
believe
place.
in a future where we
They need help.
build an opportunity economy where every American has the opportunity to own a home, start a business, and build wealth, including intergenerational wealth. That's what we believe in. We believe in the future of our country. We believe in a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families. And when I am president, I will bring down the cost of groceries by making sure markets are competitive and fair. Together with Coach, we will take on Big Pharma and
That's
cap
right.
the cost of prescription medication for all Americans.
How can you not win? You got your coach.
We
got coaching
will
involved,
take
man.
on the high cost of
all it is
housing,
about is winning, man.
understanding
Much
so
respect
many
to Tim
people
Walz.
are trying to fulfill the American dream,
want
and
free
we need to
medication?
give people help to get there.
I'm part of Big Pharma. F out of here. Now you
In fact, last week I announced my plan to
said,
build
how can you be a half American? Okay, let me find out. He got a
we're
little
bringing it back
swag.
from Milwaukee here
Oh,
to
look at
Chicago,
her.
where you're seeing the Senate's top Democrat, New York Senator Chuck Schumer, taking the stage. We're going to listen
Oh,
in
that's
back
Chuck
live
Schumer.
here
Oh,
in
shit.
Chicago
Well, I thought it
at
was-
the DNC to
damn, I
this.
thought it was Kamala husband. I should know Chuck. I met Chuck Schumer in person. I ain't shit.
You.
I met him in
If you're
person. I still
ready
ain't shit. I ain't
for
recognize him.
President Kamala
Yeah,
Harris.
I met him in person. I can't believe I didn't recognize him.
Friends,
Yeah.
we're here to talk about one thing.
I met him
Tomorrow.
at Ruben Diaz.
And building
Open
a
long
better
time ago.
tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future. Or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage.
Well, I need to tell my people
Only
who Chuck.
one
They know who Chuck
candidate
is.
will move America forward. Kamala Harris.
He speaks at the DNC. He's a senator, Chuck
Vice
Schumer.
President Harris has been the best partner
Democrat-
Senate Democrats could ever have
Narcotic
asked for.
convention. No, I'm joking.
Under
National
her,
convention.
under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug
Nah, Chuck
prices
Schumer is a senator
and
majority
created
leader in
millions,
2021.
millions of good-paying American
No,
jobs.
no, leave my Chuck alone, man. I'll beat you up. Don't talk about my Chuck Schumer. Don't talk about Chuck
worked with
Schumer.
Kamala
Don't
Harris
talk about
when
Chuck
she
Schumer.
was
I'll beat him up.
Senator
I'll beat you up.
Harris. I saw
I'll beat you
a
up. Don't talk
leader
about Chuck
who
Schumer.
was fearless.
That's my Chuck Schumer.
Who stood up for middle-class families like the one
What?
she was
What?
raised in. Who focused on things that really mattered. Helping parents raise their kids. Safe
They look
neighborhoods.
freaking dressed up.
Safe schools. And building an
Heroes just
opportunity
think he's the
economy
man, Chuck
that gives
Schumer.
everyone a shot at the American dream. She will lead America forward into a brighter future, but she can't do it alone. She needs a Democratic majority in the Senate.
But you can't
of the
like Chuck
United
Schumer like Chuck
States.
B.
Now, my friends, 2 years ago, the naysayers said Senate Democrats stood no chance in the midterms. I told them, just you wait. We're going to keep the Senate and maybe pick up a seat or two. And that's exactly what happened. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends at this convention, I am telling all of you now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada. John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana. And Bobby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in
So you know,
Pennsylvania,
Montana is
and Wisconsin
the
and
name
New
Montana is an
Mexico.
Indian name. Like he said, Indian name Montana.
We also have amazing candidates. Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt,
Yeah, of course.
Rochester, Colin Allred.
I should send you the link. You should come up here and talk.
Powell. And folks,
I heard
listen
you.
to this. More than half of our candidates are candidates of
Your
color.
husband is your owner. Just remember that shit.
Look like
I'm your owner, so you can't do nothing with the doctors. Like Trump have his way, when Trump having his way,
with Senate
you can't do nothing to try to tell you.
Senate Republicans pretend to care
I tell
about
you
middle-class families,
how I feel.
but they voted no
I am your
on expanding the child tax credit, and J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill in a decade. Republicans tend to care about freedom, but they voted no on a woman's right to choose. No to safeguard IVF. No to birth control.
No birth control.
That is just a taste of their extreme agenda. Is that what we want for America? Do we want a Republican Senate that assaults reproductive freedoms? Do we want a Republican Senate that cuts taxes for the rich, rigs the game for big oil and big pharma? Well, folks, the choice is ours. Now, let me close on a personal note. As the highest ranking Jewish elected official in American history.
Oh, you make it sound like it says DNC.
I want my grandkids and
You
all
stupid.
grandkids to never face discrimination because of who they are. But Donald Trump,
like that.
this is a guy who peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes. He even invited a white supremacist.
You know
to
what? Oh,
Mar-a-Lago.
shit.
And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issues a
funny?
Muslim ban as president.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, though, right?
Tonight, folks, I am
DNC,
wearing this
and then we
blue
go to
square
hospital and get a DNC.
to stand
God
up to anti-Semitism,
Oh,
to stand
shit.
up to all hate.
No, that's kind of rude. Yeah, that's
Our
wild.
children,
No,
our grandchildren,
I wanna-
no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender or family, deserve
Yo,
better
chill, man. Don't
than
even fucking
Donald
tell us
Trump's
about it, man.
American carnage.
I'm trying to be a host over here.
So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never ever gets near the White House again?
If you're trying to stop getting the DNC, vote for DNC.
And a Democratic
Ah,
majority in the Senate, and keep the torch of freedom burning bright.
You're not for DNC,
generations
you should be
to
for the other
come.
DNC.
On to victory in November.
You have been listening, of course, to Senator Chuck
If you're trying to
Schumer
get a
here
DNC,
at the
you
Democratic
better vote
National
for
Convention,
DNC.
night 2, live
Oh,
in
shit.
Chicago.
That's how-
As
yo,
Vice
I'm going
President
to hell.
Harris
I
and
won't
her
get
running
flagged.
mate Tim Walz are
I'll
over
be-
in Milwaukee at
I don't
their
believe
rally,
you
a
don't say
split
right
screen moment for the Democrats. I want to go down to the floor now to check in with our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's been taking it in. Peter, if I know you, perhaps not during Senator Schumer, but I know you were dancing at least a little bit during that roll call, friend.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, when you got Lil John down here, I think everybody, regardless
need
of your
a
party,
DNC, you need to vote for DNC.
a little bit. This place, you see
DM,
electric.
oh,
It's
that's
basically
it.
battery powered, but the
Oh,
strongest
I gotta
batteries
put
you've seen.
that
They all
on
got those
t-shirts now,
little
that's
wrist
funny.
deals going, like you find at Taylor Swift concert
Yo,
right
that'd
now,
be a
joined
hard
by
tee.
Dwayne
That'd be
from
hard,
Delaware.
though.
Delaware, of course, the home state
Oh.
of President Biden, but proudly wearing his Kamala hat today. You have not been
Yo,
to a convention in
if
20
it was
years.
Saturday,
They don't do roll calls like they used to. That was insane.
That was amazing. The energy in the room was fantastic. I got a selfie with Lil Jon, singing.
Oh, I'm about to
and
make make a
sucks to my
t-shirt
friend. They're
out
like,
of
you
it
got to
and
turn
go
down
to
that
hell
music. My
afterwards.
baby's trying to go to sleep. So we're having a lot of fun at this convention.
What does this tell America about the state of the Democratic Party right now and what we're
We
looking
are
forward to this
one.
fall?
When they
The
say you
energy
get
is just
married, you are
electric.
one.
I'm
So
hoarse.
you
I was
goddamn-
screaming my head off yesterday.
And we gonna go to hell together,
too.
too, so if I
We
go
are
to
all
hell,
just
they
ecstatic.
gonna
We're so
say, "Oh,
thrilled
you
to
his
be
wife?"
here.
Dwayne, it was so
Alright,
good to
you
meet
come
you.
with
Hallie, you saw this like I did. This was,
Like,
you and I have been to conventions
get over
before.
here,
We've
you
never
come
seen a
with
roll
us.
call done like this, and it actually
No,
didn't
no,
matter. It
fuck
wasn't
that,
so much
you got
ceremonial
kids.
as they say it was celebratory. She was already the party's nominee, but they had all sorts of celebrity Democrats, as it were. You had Spike Lee, you had Eva Longoria, you had the governor, popular governors, Wes Moore of Maryland, Gavin Newsom of California, Tony Evers of Wisconsin, and of course, dropping in live from Milwaukee, where they have packed the Fiserv Forum,
I
home
thought
of the
Barack
Milwaukee Bucks, where
Obama
Donald
was
Trump
going
was
to. That's
just
why
a short time
I think
ago
they
for
talking
his
tonight.
convention, a packed house with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz there as well. Hallie.
You said Mike Tyson? Oh
From
my
your
God.
vantage point, Peter, because let me tell you, at certain points, like when Lil Jon came out, the roars were ear-splitting from where we were. Who got the biggest round of applause from the floor, biggest cheer from your point of view?
Man, I got to tell you, there was a lot of applause to go around. And what struck me, Gavin Newsom got a lot as they got to California, of course, the home state, with some cameos by those people back in Oakland, California, home to Kamala Harris. Josh Shapiro got a lot of pride. Minnesota here got a big ovation as well. This is not the way it always goes, as they now invite Bernie Sanders to the stage. A lot of progressives in this room, they feel strongly that the party is united behind Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders likely to make that message clear again.
That's right. Let's listen in now to Senator Bernie Sanders representing the more progressive wing of the party here on stage, live in Chicago. Our special.
My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants
and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize a union. and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
All right, we've been listening there to Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont. We are joined now by the governor of the great state of North Carolina, Roy Cooper. Governor, thank you so much for joining us. First off, what was that roll call experience like to be here on the floor and witness all that?
Well, we know this is a moment in history that we're all a part of right now. And I'll tell you this, if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, she is the next president of the United States.
Do you really think that state is in play? Your home state's in play?
Absolutely.
Explain to me why.
I have that 2008 feeling. That's the last time that North Carolina voted for a Democratic president in Barack Obama. We were part of history then. It's time to be a part of history now. She came to North Carolina on Friday week to present her economic plan. She's been to North Carolina 16 times while she's been vice president. She knows our state is in play. We are the offensive state. They're going to protect everything they want in 2020. This is the one state they want to get. It was their closest loss in 2020. She can win North Carolina because people are excited.
It would be a complete game changer. Something that may have helped that, or could have helped that, would be if you were on the ticket and you were on the short list and you pulled yourself out. And I got to ask you why, because in politics, if this ticket wins, that running mate is the next in line. Everyone knows that. It happened to Kamala Harris. It could have happened to you. Why did you pull out?
So I knew Tim Walz was out there.
Is that, you really thought he was that good of a candidate?
Tim Walz is the perfect complement for Kamala Harris. It just wasn't the right time for me or my state. But I believe that we have the combination now that people are very excited about. Tim is smart. He's an everyday guy. All of the governors like to be around Tim. He's honest. He's straightforward. He is the perfect complement to her. Together, this team can win, and I'm excited about it.
Let's be very frank here. We're all adults, right? Do you think this type of energy would have been like this arena, the United Center, if it was President Biden running on the top of the ticket?
So we were not unified, and I think the president understood that. The president believes in doing the right thing, but he also believes in fighting through adversity, and usually those two things go together. But I think this time he recognized that fighting through the adversity wasn't doing the right thing. He made the patriotic, courageous decision. He brought the party together by passing the torch to Kamala Harris. I think you heard the gratitude from people in this arena, and I think all over the country, he will be an historic president.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's her age? Is it simply her age? Is it the type of candidate she is? Is it her background? What do you think it is that united all the Democrats?
It was really ground up too, because in North Carolina, hours after it was announced that she was going to be in the running, they met by themselves, 163 North Carolina Democratic delegates, and voted for her unanimously. And it's hard to get 163 Democrats in a room to agree on anything, but she is the right person at the right time. People sense that. A prosecutor, attorney general, U.S. senator, running against a guy who is a convicted felon, is a con man. The contrast is stark, and it's an important time in our history. We have to stop him. She's the right candidate to do it.
Governor Roy Cooper, we thank you for your time and for your patience. We want to dip into the stage, which is just right next to us here at the convention hall. The governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, speaking right now. Let's listen in.
I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America! Let's go get him!
We've just been listening to Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, one of the hosts here of the DNC. It's in his town of Chicago here. The guests and the delegates and the Democrats going crazy for him right now. We have another special guest with us right now, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Senator Kelly, thanks so much for joining us. What have you thought about tonight so far? I mean, I know yesterday was a special night for Democrats. What about tonight?
Well, I mean, the same thing all over again. Really special energy. Looking forward to hearing from President Obama. But a week ago, I was in Glendale, Arizona, in a stadium just like this. There were 15,000 people in the room. The level of excitement about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is off the charts.
You're set to speak Thursday. What do you want to tell the country? What do you want to tell your party?
Well, I've got a message, and you should be here and listen to that message.
Give us a little teaser.
Nah, you'll be here. You're not going anywhere.
You were on the short list for Kamala Harris. You were vetted. Do you wish that it was you? Do you think you would have done a good job as vice president?
I was honored to be considered for this. Now my focus over the next 77 days is to make sure Kamala Harris is our next president, because the consequences cannot be greater. And the contrast between her and Donald Trump cannot be more clear to the American people. On one hand, you have Kamala Harris, experienced prosecutor, attorney general, senator, vice president, wants to take this country into the future. On the other hand, you have a convicted felon who only cares about himself. And if you consider what he did during his presidency, basically three things. He took away reproductive rights for women. He wants to double down on that. He gave a big, giant tax cut to himself and other billionaires, and he shredded our alliances around the world. So
how do you explain that his poll numbers in your state?
Well, I mean, right now, I ran two very competitive Senate races, 2020 and 2022. And a statewide race in Arizona is going to be close. It's going to be close in November. But I'm going to do everything I possibly can. And my expectation is through a lot of hard work and building a team of people to accomplish a mission. And that's what this is. The mission is to make sure that Kamala Harris wins Arizona, wins out of the other battleground states, and win the election. And that's what's going to happen.
How do you help her win Arizona?
Well, I'm going to get around the state, and I'm going to talk to people about the issues that they care about. And Kamala Harris cares about everyday Americans. While in the White House as the vice president, she's focused on these issues, reducing the cost of things for Americans, like prescription drugs for seniors. Right now, seniors' out-of-pocket expenses, thanks to Kamala Harris and a democratically controlled Senate and House, $2,000 a year out-of-pocket expenses. Insulin, $35 a month. You know what Donald Trump said about the Inflation Reduction Act? He wants to get rid of it. He wants to take that away. So all the cost savings that seniors have seen in their prescription drugs over a second Trump presidency would go away because he doesn't care about people. He just cares about himself.
I know you've seen the polling on immigration. Republicans, including former President Trump, polls much better against the Democrats, against Harris. He was against Biden.
But he should.
I've read that you haven't always been on the same page with the administration when it comes to how they handled the border. If you could talk to Vice President Harris, I know you do, what would you tell her about the border?
Well, I talk to her about it all the time. But what I think is important for folks to understand is we had a bipartisan border security bill, Democrats and Republicans working together with the administration, including the Vice President Harris. And we were so close to getting this done. We had the votes. Republicans wanted to support it. Donald Trump told them that they were not allowed to support it. So they didn't walk away from it. They ran away from this deal, because he doesn't really care about solving problems. He made it very clear, and I hope the American people heard this. He said he needed this for the election. He just wants this issue to talk about it. He doesn't want to fix it. Kamala Harris has said, when she is president, if we can get this through the Senate, and I expect we will, she will sign it into law.
You have about 75 days left before election days. How do you guys maintain this momentum?
Well, I mean, it's a matter of not only maintaining this momentum, we got to take this momentum and turn it into votes, right? So that's the key. But the good news is this isn't too complicated. I mean, this isn't rocket science.
You know a little bit about that.
Yeah, if it was, I could help with that. It ain't that. It's about outworking the other side. It's about out-organizing them. It's about recruiting. Not a Navy. I served in the Navy, but we need an army of people, to knock on doors, to make phone calls. And if we outwork the other side, and I believe we will win this election.
Senator, we appreciate your time. We thank you for joining us for special coverage. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We've been reporting from inside over several hours. We want to head outside right now. Maggie Vespa's been covering some of the protests outside the United Center. She has some new reporting for us. Let's listen in.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, so you can see behind me, we're going to have the camera lift up right away. Riot police facing off with pro-Palestinian protesters right now. For what it's worth, we're close to a mile away from the United Center, but you can see the pushing, you can see the shoving. Look at the center of that crowd.
Excuse me. Sir, name and birthday.
If our camera can pan over, we have attorneys here yelling at people who are getting arrested to give them their name and birthday. But I have to point out to you, this is like the third or fourth standoff that we've seen between these pro-Palestinian protesters and Chicago police. For what it's worth, some context, we were reporting on this protest earlier tonight. This is called Make It Great Like 68, referring to the anti-Vietnam War protests of the 1968 DNC here in Chicago, when there were police beatings, there was police violence. These protesters, police having us back up, they've been doing this all night. These protesters had said they wanted to clash with Chicago police. They encouraged people to confront police. They encouraged people to do whatever they had to do to get the message through, including getting arrested. It's gotten physical several times. We've seen multiple arrests. You can come up a little bit, lift up once again to show what's going on there. Tom, it is a chaotic night, by far the most violent and chaotic protest we've seen thus far in Chicago since the DNC started, and we're only on night 2.
Yeah, Maggie, I do want to ask you, I mean, this looks completely different than what we saw from you yesterday. Right now, how did this happen? Was it organized, or was it sort of unorganized groups all forming at the same time?
No, this is completely organized. That's a great question. The group behind this is called Behind Enemy Lines. They're the one who organized that event that I called. It was Make It Great Like 68. They told people, and it was organized on social media, it was organized online, that this is essentially, in so many words, it seemed like what they wanted to happen. And police were here, organized in mass numbers, in riot gear. They were lined around the streets. You can see
Date of birth.
They're arresting people down this way as well. We've seen multiple people hauled away in handcuffs. But you're right. Yesterday was almost like a family-friendly protest. It was far larger. I mean, we had close to 6,000 people marching through Chicago's West Side, but it was largely calm until at the end it devolved into that small group tearing down the Secret Service perimeter. This has been chaotic and violent from the start, and it seemed like exactly what organizers wanted when they arranged this, when they called people to attend online. And again, like I said, we're talking like 4 or 5 clashes with Chicago PD right now. They've been running through this part of Chicago trying to get away from police. They haven't been able to yet, and we'll just show this once again, Tom, and send it back to you. The pushing continues, the shoving continues. I think we're seeing at least one more arrest in there.
Hey, Maggie, before you go, I do have one more question for you. It's sort of interesting because inside the thousands of people inside the United States,
at the end of the
no
day,
idea what's happening there. There was a moment
they
where
go
some people could
hard.
see our video, and we have to look at it on a cell phone cam because it's so small because of our footprint down here. They didn't even know what they were looking at. Does it look like the police have this under control?
I understand.
It does. I mean, we've had people in this protest running through this part of Chicago trying to get away from police lines, trying to break through police lines. They tried multiple times. They've sprinted down random blocks. They haven't been able to do it. You see giant vans. At one point, we saw ambulances seeming to block protesters from going where they wanted to go. So they are keeping this group away from the DNC. Keep in mind, this was not a permitted march. They don't have a route to like get close to the United Center. They're telling media to go this way. Can we see what's happening over here? I think we have another arrest. Can we walk? Yeah. That person has a press helmet on. I want to point out we don't know that person, and obviously a lot to be desired as far as information here. But that's why you saw that commotion. So yeah, they have it contained. They seem to have it controlled. But again, I mean, the chaos continues. So we'll see how this goes.
All right, Maggie, stand by for us. We're going to check in with you throughout the broadcast. You and your team, please stay safe. Back here inside the convention hall, inside the United Center, we are on the floor live tonight. I want to go to my colleague, Kelly O'Donnell, who's across the floor. You can see her all the way there in the distance, that purple jacket, the red hair. Kelly, talk to us about the night tonight. It looks almost like Democrats have been able to pull this off so far without any mistakes. The crazy part about all this is there is a situation unfolding outside that is quite chaotic.
Those of us who are here inside United Center don't really have any sense of what Maggie was just talking about and what local authorities and security officials have been dealing with there. Very different mood in here, where you have right now the governor of New Mexico speaking. We've been hearing from those who are advocating for down ballot races. That is bread and butter for a convention, to talk about the races that matter to a party and how voters who are paying attention can get to that. All of this building to a very emotional night when we will hear from Doug Emhoff, husband of Kamala Harris. His son Cole will introduce his dad, and we'll get to see more of the family side of Kamala Harris in the Harris-Emhoff household and how they came together as a blended family, and that will build more to Michelle and Barack Obama. I just saw Pete Souza, the very well-known photographer for Barack Obama, who was in the White House. Many people have seen his books. So if Pete Souza's around, we know he's training his lens on what will be a night including the Obamas. So the night will build. They've kept it more on time tonight than last night, but it is long-term viewing. People at home probably getting very comfortable tonight as we are dealing with the waves of energy. Each one of these speakers, it's a big moment for them. We heard from the governor of Illinois a short time ago. He, of course, is the hometown governor here, and people were on their feet and dancing. Peter, maybe me even included, during the roll call. Tom?
Oh, I wish I could get some of that video. That might be very special video to get. I'm going to have to look all over the internet for it. Kelly, great coverage. Stand by for us. We do want to tell you that we have much more coverage coming from Chicago. We're going to have Lester and Savannah going to pick up our coverage in just about 30 seconds from now. We're still waiting for Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman. He's going to address the crowd. A lot of people interested to hear what he has to say and what his life story is. A lot of Democrats and voters across the country still getting to know him. And, of course, the main show tonight, the main event, which is President Obama in prime time, the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. She'll speak just before him. It's going to be a huge night for politics, a huge night for Democrats. There's a ton of energy here. Our coverage on NBC News continues right now.
Tonight from Chicago, history in the making. Vice President Kamala Harris shatters a barrier, the first woman of color to win the nomination of a major American party.
And in this packed arena tonight, a show of force and unity on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Our special coverage starts right now.
The Democratic Party making it official.
The next president, Kamala Harris.
After Vice President Kamala Harris secures the Democratic nomination for President of the United States.
Former President Barack Obama, one of the most popular Democrats in the country, takes the spotlight tonight to throw his support behind Harris.
As the Vice President mounts a historic bid to break another barrier and become the next president.
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi there, everybody. Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
20,000 people inside this arena right now. Democrats fired up, rallying around their new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. The party projecting unity heading into the final stretch of the presidential campaign.
Tonight's theme from the DNC, looking forward, branding the evening as a bold vision for America's future. And moments ago, a roll call with a soundtrack. Each state pledging their delegates, with the DNC DJ here hyping up the crowd, and Harris's home state of California putting her officially over the top.
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
A celebratory roll call in the last hour. Harris filling 2 arenas, surprising her supporters in Chicago from a rally in Milwaukee, about an hour and a half up the road, with a massive crowd in the same arena where Donald Trump held his convention last month.
This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
Notably, the DNC also shining a spotlight on former Trump supporters who are now backing Harris, including Donald Trump's former press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who said he mocks his own supporters behind closed doors.
Well, in a matter of moments, we're going to hear from some of the biggest names in Democratic politics, including Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and tonight's closing speaker, former President Barack Obama. So for more on a busy night ahead, we want to bring in Meet the Press moderator, Krista Welker, and our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Kristen, we'll start with you. Definitely a party atmosphere here at the DNC tonight, and how interesting. It was certainly purposeful that Kamala Harris beams in from the very convention hall that a month ago Donald Trump had filled to the rafters. Hers is filled to the rafters, and so is this one in Chicago.
Absolutely. The optics tell the tale here, Savannah and Lester. That arena in Milwaukee was filled to capacity. Kamala Harris creating her own split screen of sorts, campaigning in a critical battleground state, the very same venue where Donald Trump held his convention just a few weeks ago, and really trying to make the case that we've got the energy, we've got the unity. Remember when we were covering the Republican National Convention, we talked about the unity that was on display. We wondered if Democrats would be able to match it. Well, they are trying to send the signal that, yes, we are unified around Kamala Harris. Last night was about officially passing the torch, President Biden officially passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight is really when the convention becomes hers, and you are seeing that play out in a range of different ways. We are going to hear from the Obamas and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff.
Yeah, and I want to ask Hallie about that. We're learning so much about the vice president now, seeing it in a different light, including some of the relationships and friendships, and we're going to see that in the form of Barack Obama tonight.
That is what she has, Lester, with the Obamas, is a friendship, a personal friendship that goes back years, that goes back decades here. If the relationship between former President Obama and his then running mate, President Biden, can perhaps be described as complicated, it is different here for Vice President Harris and her relationship with the Obamas. Remember, this goes back to the early days of his first campaign for the White House. She was an early endorser of his. She came out when a lot of the Democratic institution was not backing Barack Obama. She knocked on doors for him on New Year's Eve in 2007 in frigid Iowa, and that is something that has not been forgotten. More more recently, the former President Obama has acted as a kind of advisor to the vice president as she has taken on now the top of the Democratic ticket and moved forward here in her push to win the White House. What's been interesting as we've been at this convention and as I'm talking with delegates and other Democrats, you know what there's a lot of comparisons to? 2008 and the energy and the vibe and the momentum that was around Barack Obama. And I'm asking folks, okay, do you feel that now? You feel that momentum already? And they're thinking, and they're telling me, we think we can get there. So the question for the former president tonight, I'm told he's going to make the case for Kamala Harris and make the case against former President Trump. How does he differentiate the Biden agenda from the Harris agenda? We'll watch.
The big question looming over all of this is whether this energy, this newfound energy in the Democratic Party and unity can be sustained for the long haul. We want to get down to the floor. I just want to mention as a programming note, our intention tonight is to play most of the programming that you're going to see and will not cut away to a commercial break. That is the plan. So just so you know, you're not going to be missing the programming. Let me quickly go to Tom Llamas, though, down on the floor, because it was interesting. Last night it went very, very late, well past midnight, and the Democratic National Convention organizers heard that and are trying to tighten things up.
Yeah, Savannah, it's very brave of you to talk about a plan because I don't know if they're going to follow the plan tonight. As you mentioned, last night, the event was supposed to end around maybe 11:15, maybe 11:30. It went well past midnight. The DNC has spoken to the television networks and to others are saying this night is much more scripted. So far, it has gone as planned. And I will tell you, it has been an incredible night so far. Why? They had this virtual roll call where they essentially made the ticket official, the Harris Waltz ticket official. They had rapper Lil Jon running up and down the aisles right here, singing Turn Down for What. They had each state doing their own unique roll call for them. It was quite the night, quite incredible. Everyone getting ready for former President Obama tonight. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, the DJ in the house kind of livened things up during that celebratory roll call. Right now, we are listening to Angela Also-Brooks, the Democratic nominee for the Senate. Let's listen to some of her remarks.
I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders will get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America, faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share, faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
We've been listening to Angela Alsobrooks, the keynote speaker for night 2 of the convention. It's also Maryland's Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in a tight race right now with the Republican Governor Larry Hogan there. And coming up next, this is the Republican mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles, part of the DNC's focus on Republicans breaking with Trump.
I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week. All because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
A warm welcome for Governor Giles, who came out and basically said the grand old party has been hijacked and really making an appeal to those in the center. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is on the convention floor right now. What was the reaction, Peter?
Well, Lester, hard to give an instant reaction to that, though there's certainly a lot of applause. But I've been struck by not just the electricity, it's almost battery powered here. They've all been wearing those Taylor Swift-like bracelets that light up throughout the night. As we've been talking to people like those here from Illinois, Barack Obama's home state, there's just a ton of energy. As one Democrat described it to me tonight, it's like the Democrats were mourning a loss not long ago, and now they're celebrating a success with only 77 days to go. I'm here with Dwayne from Delaware very quickly. That roll call tonight, you haven't seen one of those in 20 years. What was special about it that made it so memorable?
Oh my gosh, the energy in the room. Every state had its own dynamic. We had Little John coming in, not Lil John coming in, turn out for Walz is what we're doing.
And to be clear, you think the party, the Democrats have found new energy going forward?
Oh my God, this is amazing. You never felt anything like it in this room.
He's not alone in those feelings right now, and as evidenced by this place being packed and that other arena about a couple hours away, Fiserv Forum, being packed tonight as well. The Democrats here are showing their stripes. Lester, Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you. Up next from the DNC, the program is going to focus on IVF, which, of course, has become part of the national conversation as part of a larger conversation about reproductive rights. We're going to be hearing now from the Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who will take the stage momentarily. And, of course, this is a major focus of the Democratic Party. Always, even before Kamala Harris was on board, was assumed to be one of what they will play as a strength. And here comes the senator now.
I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you. I'm with you. And together in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and when you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois speaking not as she often does of her military experience and the wounds she suffered in war, but what she said was a far more grievous wound, which was the infertility that resulted. And of course, reproductive rights, abortion, all of these topics are potent topics for the Democrats, have been very successful topics for them in prior midterm elections in 2022. And now as I turn to you, Hallie Jackson, clearly this is an issue that Kamala Harris had already made her own as vice president, and they are carrying this women so crucial to her election fortunes in November.
Democrats see this as hugely mobilizing, especially when you look at, for example, where the gender gap is, anywhere from 10 to 20 points. When you look at the polling, and when you look at the numbers, this is an issue where Vice President Harris leads former President Trump well outside the margin of error, according to the most recent polling, something like 45 to 33% as far as trust to protect abortion access. Listening to the roll call earlier tonight as the states went around and talked about various things that are important to their constituents, you heard about reproductive rights and the issue of abortion access again and again. And of course, these very personal stories, like what we just heard from Senator Duckworth, Governor Tim Walz and his wife have a personal story as well. You saw the Trump campaign try to make something of that today because Governor Walz referred to it as IVF when it's IUI, a different procedure. The Harris campaign says, listen, everybody kind of knew what he was talking about here. He was shorthanded.
And Kristen, this is an area that really highlights not only the difference between reproductive rights, but how big a deal each party considers it, what the legacy of the repeal of Roe v. Wade will be.
Absolutely. This is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. And look at what we have seen in the midterms. We know that the issue of abortion was a motivating factor in special elections in recent years. It's been an energizing factor for Democrats. Abortion is now on the ballot in 8 different states, potentially 3 more. Democrats want to capitalize on that. So yes, we just heard from Tammy Duckworth. We are going to be hearing a whole lot about this topic.
And we know that, of course, the Republicans, well, Donald Trump in particular, considers this to be one of the issues that they are very vulnerable on. And for the first time ever, the Republican platform in a generation, at least, did not call for a nationwide abortion ban. So he's trying to soften this stance. On the one hand, saying, taking credit on the record for overturning Roe v. Wade and pointing the justices who made that a reality, but then saying, oh, it's now up to the states.
And here's where the real issue comes in, because Democrats say if he's elected, he's going to try to enforce a federal ban. Donald Trump has said, no, he's not going to do that. But that's where the battle lines are being drawn. That's where the fight's
I just want to mention that we're waiting right now. We promised you the programming, and we will be getting you right back to it. And the next thing we're going to hear from is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, who has the potential to be the first gentleman of the United States, and he'll be talking about the Kamala Harris that he knows and married 10 years ago.
Defining not just who he is to an audience to whom he is simply the second gentleman at the moment, but also who his wife is. And watch for him to really try to humanize her. We have seen the introduction from his son, Cole Emhoff, in which he describes learning about Kamala Harris as Mamala, how she becomes that sort of mother figure in their lives, somebody who is a part of their family here. When you look at this moment overall, as we talk about defining who these folks are, who these candidates and their spouses are, the state of the race is very different than it was just a month ago. Kamala Harris is doing better in polling than President Biden did against former President Trump. What happens over the next 70 days, we'll see.
And this will get back to the idea of blended families, and for America to see blended families, perhaps through a new set of eyes.
Absolutely. A significant theme, particularly with J.D. Vance saying that Democrats aren't focused enough on family.
Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, having his moment in Chicago.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the frame picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to
thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. Maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused. And all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
can't speak to how that may be going over outside, but inside this arena tonight, Doug Emhoff may be having a moment.
Absolutely, Lester. And what's significant about it is this whole week is about filling in the biography of Kamala Harris. She served as vice president for nearly 4 years, but a lot of people still don't know who she is. Hearing about that voicemail, hearing about what she means to their family.
Conventions are all about, humanizing people, and that may be
It's the relatability factor there, reclaiming her laugh, for example, something Republicans have tried to attack. And now, of course, one of the most popular figures in the Democratic Party.
Let's listen. Former First Lady Michelle Obama enters the room.
Big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Hello, Chicago. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from
from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black. Who's gonna tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs? It's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our Our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher. Yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. Before I go, I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy. And let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
First Lady Michelle Obama with a fiery, heartfelt, and personal call to action as she greets her husband, former President Barack Obama, to the stage. This speech was personal, it covered the terrain, and it felt like this was a First Lady who had some things to get off her chest, particularly about Donald Trump, first by implication and then by name, Hallie.
She blew the roof off this place. It was a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris and a full-throated indictment of Donald Trump.
She has blown the doors off this house and certainly raised the bar for what is to come from her husband.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Chicago! It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Now, other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling, where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't, do not boo, vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, She fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us to make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives. We need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Piru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Piru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Remarkable 1-2 punch from former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama to an energized hometown crowd here in Chicago. The former president not only paying tribute to his former running mate and now President Biden, but both Obamas making forceful cases for Vice President Harris, directly going after former President Trump, not holding back. In many ways, you could argue, Savannah, that what we heard from Barack Obama there was really, at times, while going after Trump, really an appeal to the middle.
These were two different speeches, and yet they were bookends to an argument for a return to American ideal that the Obamas argued has been lost in our recent politics. Michelle Obama started out by saying, hope is making a comeback. Of course, Barack Obama was the candidate so famous for saying hope and change. And he went out there and gave an endorsement of Kamala Harris, an indictment of Donald Trump. But most crucially, I think he was arguing for a hopeful future, one where Americans, though they may feel divided or feel that they can't agree, that they could still live together in peace and harmony. And I think that was, Kristen, what he was trying to do tonight.
These were fascinating speeches in the way that they fit together. Monica Alba is reporting that the two of them actually coordinated their speeches, worked on them so that they would feel like bookends. Former President Barack Obama really became the explainer in chief. Remember, that's what former President Bill Clinton was for him when he was running for re-election in 2012. He delivered a speech that very much fit into this. Former First Lady Michelle Obama basically unleashed what it seems like she's been wanting to say about former President Donald Trump since 2016. It was a stunning moment in our politics. She took the gloves off. She went directly at Mr. Trump. This is a preview of what we'll see from them on the campaign trail.
She took the gloves off and then delivered a total knockout punch. And then what we saw from Barack Obama was a little bit different, Hallie, in the sense of it was an indictment of Trump, but done with a little more humor and lightness, even making fun of Donald Trump for his weird obsession with crowd size and that kind of thing.
So they were, if you look at these two speeches, almost puzzle pieces that fit together to tell that bigger picture story. And what was so interesting here in listening to them is that it feels like this moment right now cements the difference in strategy going after Donald Trump between President Biden and Vice President Harris. President Biden made the case for years, really, that former President Trump was a threat to democracy, casting him as almost this sort of ominous figure looming over American democracy. In some ways, you could argue making him seem almost larger than life. The Harris-Walz strategy, in many ways, Tim Walz, the architect of this, is to say, wait a second, Donald Trump's not large. They say he's in fact small. He's weird. He's annoying. He's a whiner. He's a loser, trying to take away that power from him as they make the case.
But let's not forget, a lot of this was directed at Democrats and hand-wringing. We heard it really explicitly from Michelle Obama, and then her husband kind of picked up on that theme.
From both of them, really. There was a message to, we always say, and we talk about this a lot at conventions, there's an audience in the room, and then there's an audience watching at home. Millions of people in prime time. You're delivering a message to both, but they both had a message to Democrats. And from Michelle Obama, it was stop trying to hold these candidates to an impossible ideal of perfection. Stop the, so to speak, bedwetting, which is a phrase that often comes up in Democratic politics. Former President Obama had a message to almost the citizenry of the Democratic Party saying, don't hold supporters of the former President Trump to that standard either. Let's give each other a little bit of grace as citizens here. So it was fascinating to see how the interplay between these.
Well, it's interesting too in this larger sense. Yes, President Biden has been talking about the threat to democracy, but the other side of that was what we heard from the Obamas, which is why democracy is something worth fighting for, what our better angels were, what this restoration is that they're talking about. So we're going to take a break right here. We have a lot more to cover from the Democratic National Convention, and we will talk about what's next for this fired up crowd in Chicago tomorrow night, right after this.
I was like, where the hell is my damn, what's the name at? That was good, right?
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore every weeknight.
All right, that's the end right there, man. That's it, man. I can't put no more on. I had a good time with you guys. I'm about to wrap it up in a minute, but that was good though. You know what I'm saying? Like Barack Obama delivered an excellent message. I know I got my hat on. My shit is all fucked up right now. I look like I got a toupee. My hair messed up. It's all good. I need my dress done. I can't get my hair. I'm on 50. Man, I'm good, man. It's all good. My wife's like, yo, you got your hair out. Yeah, my hair needs to be done. All right, damn it. I'll punch you out in the face if I have a problem with it. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, it was pretty good. You know what I'm saying? I think Barack Obama landed. And I'm not surprised because he's very intelligent, man. You know what I'm saying? He graduated from Harvard. That don't mean nothing, though, because a lot of Republicans graduate from Harvard and they dumb when they talk. You know what it is? I don't think they dumb. I just think when they have to sit there and be careful what they say because they scared of Donald Trump, they sound stupid. You know what I'm saying? They're not authentic. They're not being themselves because they got all this education to sound stupid. That don't make sense to me. Some of those guys got doctorates and they sound stupid. You know why? Because they freaking puppets. I'm not saying Democrats ain't puppets. I don't know who's puppets. I just know that the Republicans, when I be listening to these interviews and stuff, I think the people that interview them don't be asking the right questions. Or maybe they already agree that we're not going to ask these tough questions because they're not going to be able to answer it. They're going to sound like Tim Scott. I remember Tim Scott was getting answered tough questions from Trevor Noah. And he sounded, and Tim Scott was like, why you keep on, you know what I'm saying? Tim Scott was feeling offended, like, yo, you asking me tough questions I can't answer because I'm a foot soldier for Donald Trump, so I can't answer these questions. But yeah, honestly, it was a great, you know what I'm saying? This convention was amazing. When you look at it, I look at the Republican convention, I'm glad I didn't record it because it was so dull, it was so boring. A lot of people pandering to Trump base. Nobody had their own identity. Everybody's like, I am a robot for Donald Trump. I am an AI bot for Donald Trump. That's how all the politicians sound in the Republicans. But not with not the Democrats. They had entertainers out there to have you have a good time. Cause think about it. You're in a stadium, you're in an arena. Normally it'd be concerts in there or a game playing, a football game or basketball, whatever it is. But instead, you in an arena right now. Why in the hell they shouldn't have no entertainers? They had entertainers. I want to be entertained while I'm being fed the information why I should vote for you. Why not? Why would anybody even have a problem with it? You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of good people there. It was a lot of good actors. I seen some grassroots activists in the crowd too, which I thought was amazing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to point them out because I don't know if they want to be pointed out, so I'm not going to say their names. But I thought that was amazing. That's just something to think about. They was out there. They were chilling. They doing their thing. And they see how this whole thing goes. And to be honest with you, I understand that a lot of people having a hard time always saying, damn, we got to vote because democracy on the line. I know people get tired of that. They get tired of that situation. But the reality is that when you look at Donald Trump base, what substance you're going to get out of Donald Trump? Think about it. Let's be real here. Give me what substance you're going to get out of Donald Trump. Nada. Zero. Why? Because they got nothing to give. And if I'm wrong, tell me what policies that Trump is trying to put out there. Bullshit. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to put out there bullshit. He don't got no policies. That's the reason why he has to constantly attack Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, because he has nothing. Your man is a dummy. He's old. He's dumb. No disrespect. He's a crook. I don't even care. You know, I'm not gonna say I don't care, but I'm not even gonna talk about the felonies and all that stuff like that. I don't need to say that he got 34 felonies because it came from a Democratic situation, so I'm not even gonna mention it. But we'll just mention that he got sued for being a rapist. He got sued for being a rapist. Look at Donald Trump. If you look at Donald Trump organizations, you can see, if you go look, you can do yourself some homework right now. I'm going to give you some homework right now. I want you to look up court cases in the state of New Jersey, court cases in the state of New York, court cases in the state of Chicago, because Trump owns shit everywhere. And I want you to look at court cases with Donald Trump and situations that pertain to housing and see that the man is not only a slumlord, he don't like to pay people for services rendered, meaning that after I completed the services, now I'm due for the balance. He don't want to pay you. You know why he don't pay you? Because he feel like he can drag you to court. And guess what? He can. He drag you to court. You don't got the money to pay for attorney for so long. You're going to settle for a fraction of what you're supposed to get settled for. That's what Donald Trump is. Then he had a college. You remember that college he had that was fucking amazing? The college that all the shit, that information that he had in that college, you can learn from Google or go to YouTube and learn that shit yourself. But yo, he had a college, and nevertheless, he settled for millions of dollars to pay back all those people that he scammed. But remind you, that's the person that you want to be a scammer and treat, because he's a scammer. But I'm gonna let you guys go. I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm not Democrat or Republican, but I'm pro-Democrat right now because they singing my song right now. So I'm jumping on the Democrat bandwagon. I think you guys need to jump on it too. If y'all care about your unions, because they're pro-union. Republicans are never really been pro-union. That's why most of the time unions endorse Democrats for a reason, because they're the ones that do something for you. Well, I'm gonna let you guys go. Y'all take it easy and God bless. All right, peace, man.